Good afternoon, and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 27th. And if we can first start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Carlson?
So present.
Councillor Croson?
Present.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Palladino?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Dodick?
Here.
Awesome. Mayor Hagan?
Present.
All present, thank you.
All right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. And we'll start off with recognitions to my far right. You okay? You good to go? All right, Councillor Middleton Hope to start.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had the opportunity, a number of us, to attend YQL, that's the airport, to view and participate in the Landing Prosperity Travel and Tourism panel. It was insightful in terms of those that had an understanding for the needs to promote the City of Lethbridge and how to do it. Second, a number of us, again, were at the police headquarters building for the Lieutenant Governor General and medal presentations about a week ago. And let's see, we've got frontline employee event or front of house was at the Multicultural Center this past weekend. And the Strides for Hope schizophrenia walk was also, I think, Mark, it was what, Saturday? Saturday. Friday, sure. And that was not as well attended as perhaps it could have been. The rain probably kept some people away, but again, for a worthy cause. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. First, a congratulations to everyone who is graduating from the University of Lethbridge. Of course, there'll be graduation ceremonies throughout the entire week, and the Chancellor's dinner and everything this Thursday as well. The other thing I want to make mention, kudos to whoever makes this happen, but tomorrow on the 28th, there is free parking in the downtown, and it will be on the last Wednesday of every month from May to August. So not only we have free parking, but of course the farmers market downtown in July and August is also on Wednesday. So on that last Wednesday of July and August, you have to go down to the farmers market and use the free parking as well. And also want to mention, Ms. Kleisinger, I've been driving around the community, as we all do. Everywhere I look, there seem to be crews out planting the annuals in all the parks. And it is amazing how much color is all of a sudden popping up around Lethbridge. So wonderful to see. I know there was the promotion of how many annuals were being delivered to the city, but to see them actually going in every spring is wonderful. So kudos on all the work going on there. And thank you to the University of Lethbridge. It was a fundraiser on Sunday, the Brent Butt and Charles Demers, to raise money for the food program at the university. It was an incredible show, but even more important, a worthy cause. 20% of university students have food insecurity, and to be able to help raise money for that and to laugh for a couple of hours was wonderful. So much always happening in this community in support of so many great organizations.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. And Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to Councillor Croson's comments, past Friday, on behalf of Mayor and Council, I was honored to congratulate the first graduating class of Lethbridge Polytechnic that crossed the stage under their new name. Graduates received their diplomas from various programs from engineering, health sciences, justice studies, renewable energy, and the building trades. The 2025 class consisted of 1,300 graduates, with 750 of them crossing the stage in 2 ceremonies, a morning shift and an afternoon shift. Needless to say, it was super organized. So kudos to Dr. Brad Donaldson and his team at Lethbridge Polytechnic for putting together a flawless ceremony. No easy task, I'm sure. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Parker. All right. To my far left, Councillor Dodick. Oh, nothing to, like, what you saw, your time away, how you're back with energy, nothing of that?
Nope.
No. All right. All right. He's back with energy, though. All right. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, congratulations to Kobe Awasa. Won gold in both individual and doubles at the National Racquetball Championships this past weekend. Next, he's going to China for the World Championships, which is exciting. I attended the opening of the expanded shelter with Minister Jason Nixon, where we have 100 or more beds of vital need in the city. Brought greetings on behalf of Mayor Higgin. Also, a couple of weeks ago, maybe it's a couple of weeks, the mural unveiling at Fort Whoop-Up as they get ready for an upcoming season at Fort Whoop-Up. All kinds of things going on. Find out more at Fort Whoop-Up. The Sons of Norway flag raising took place at City Hall. I know, Mayor Higgin, you have Norwegian ties, which is really cool. And what was also, just as an aside, Hans Eisel, who has Norwegian ties. He was there. Hans, if you've ever eaten anything at Smitty's, he's a guy who's been running Smitty's for 62 years. I couldn't believe it. Also, I wanted to, as Councillor Croson mentioned, the Brent Butt and Charlie Demers show, funny, and congratulations to my colleague here, Jeff Carlson. I laughed and laughed, and then the comedians came on. So, no, it was good. And also, as Councillor Middleton Hope said, the Strides of Hope Walk for Schizophrenia was last week as well. Thank you.
You said Danish times? I think that's an Oilers.
But I'll be here all week. Good night, everybody. Tip your waitress.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think they've all been covered, and sorry to steal your ties thunder and city manager's thunder, but go Oilers, go! That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. We got a colleague between us that doesn't think the same thing, Councillor Carlson. That's on here. But you know what? They're getting good, those flames at golfing. Anyways, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to the organizers of this year's Big Truck Petting Zoo. Preliminary numbers are showing that approximately 38 attendees walked through and in amongst the trucks. 3,800. 3,800. Yeah, 3,800 attendees attended. It was a great opportunity for members of the public to engage with various city teams and learn more about the jobs at the city, as well as how and what some of the equipment does. At the event, I also learned that this event has started to act as an unofficial job fair for the city of Lethbridge. So that's quite a side bonus there, with a number of people actually asking how they can get jobs, bus driving, that sort of stuff. So it's actually really quite a bonus and a great way to engage our community. Also, I hear there's a rumor out there that there's a video circulating where the mayor, MLA Newdorf, and myself were caught doing the YMCA at this weekend's Asian Heritage Festival. It was it was a great turnout for that on Saturday. So thank you to the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association for having us over for that. Thank you.
Yes, I've seen the said video, and yeah, it was good. Yeah, it's good. No, many things. Thank you very much. There's so much that's going on in the community. It seems here in the spring and leading into summer. Sons of Norway flag raising. Thank you, Councillor Kaum, for bringing that up. As obviously someone with a little half Norwegian roots. I don't know what half. It was just pretty special to be there for that event. Also, I had the opportunity of attending a distinguished gentleman's ride, and it was on motorcycles, and it was. It's growing each year. As a small group of us that got together in support for mental health, men's mental health and prostate cancer. And so it was a great ride to get out there with some others and putt around the city without being rained on too much. It seemed to get stopped before and continued after, so that was great for a wonderful cause. A huge congratulations to all the graduates that we have in our community. I attended the LCI grad here this last week, and as my nephew is graduating there, is amongst many other grad classes and still up and coming that are graduating here within our community, everything from post-secondary and down through to high schools. And it's great to be able to see that and all of them that are out there graduating. So congratulations, and just make sure that you get your education and come back here and live in Lethbridge. And so that's exciting. A huge shout out to our city manager. I tell you what, that's a wonderful jersey you have there. I can appreciate you coming and wearing it. It's great to the Oilers. But I also wanted to touch base just quickly on on Medicine Hat Tigers. I know it's a boo, but this is Southern Alberta, and they beat out Lethbridge. So in my mind, I think since they're there at the Memorial Cup, they're almost at the end of this, and in my opinion, they'll probably win the Memorial Cup because they have to take on London Knights tonight, and it's my hope that they win. So I say, you know, if they didn't, we would have been there because they had to get through us first. And so a huge shout out to the Medicine Hat Tigers, and hope that they bring that Memorial Cup back to Southern Alberta. So with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. The adoption of the agenda, I'm sorry. From Acting Mayor Palladino, be it resolved the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on May 27th, 2025 be adopted as presented. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes?
Yes, Mayor Hagan, we have 2 additions to today's agenda, to the closed agenda. They're verbals. 14.4 is new traffic calming measures in the community and communications plan per section 24, advice from officials. 14.5 is grant program matter, and again, that's a verbal, and section 24, advice from officials. Thank you.
Thank you. With those additions, Councilor Palladino?
Yeah, with those 2 additions, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Moving right along.
Next, the consent agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor Dodick. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting for May the 13th, 2025. Further be resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions from May 27th, 2025. And further be resolved that City Council approve the recommendations contained within the following Standing Policy Committee reports. 4.3.1, Recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Municipal Controlled Corporation Development Update. Be it resolved that Council approve the recommendation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition third-party review to create a City of Lethbridge-controlled nonprofit corporation, Eventco, to manage the risk and operate the exhibition grounds for the benefit of the LDE as well as the city at large. Number 2, approve the recommendations of the LDE third-party review to recognize and refocus the operations of the LDE on its core business and restore the governance, shareholdings, and share structure of the exhibition to such extent as is reasonable and practical in the circumstances as outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU between the City of Lethbridge and LDE. And number 3, direct administration to return to provide further updates on the municipal controlled corporation development, including the City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit corporation, Eventco, and the reorganization and refocusing of LDE to Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, LDAS, at the July 10th, 2025 Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. 4.3.2, a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Business Development, Expansion, and Retention Incentive Program. Be it resolved that number 1, Council amend the Business Development, Expansion, and Retention Incentive Program policy to include a definition of job as full-time equivalent. Number 2, adopt the amended Business Development, Expansion, and Retention Incentive Program policy as provided in Attachment 1. And number 3, direct administration to return to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee within 18 months of the implementation of this program with any results and potential recommendations for their consideration. 4.3.3, recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, request for waiver of property tax penalties. Be it resolved that Council deny the tax cancellation request of 2024 penalties in the amount of $718.10, which includes $353.31 for 54 Coalbanks Gate West, roll number 201-3600-540001, and $364.79 for 91 Northlander Way West, roll number 204-96009-10001, under Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26 of the MGA. And last, 4.3.4, recommendation of Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee, Lethbridge Police Commission 2025 Annual Plan. Be it resolved, the City Council receive the Lethbridge Police Commission 2025 Annual Plan as provided in Attachment 1 for information. And with all of that, Deputy Mayor, we do have questions. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Yeah, I would like to remove 4.3.2 from the consent agenda. When we had that discussion at the Economic Standing Policy Committee, there had just recently been consultation group with some members of our community, and I think that bears some discussion a little bit further.
Okay, so 4.3.2 will be removed, and Madam City Clerk, into
Section 8, committee reports, so
right.
8.1.
8.1.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? If not, over to Deputy Mayor.
Subject to that one item's removal, I would call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. So this is 4.3.2. All right. Next, we have a presentation for Green Acres Foundation 2024 report to the community. I see that Councillor Carlson is on his way up as chair of Green Acres Foundation, and Donna Koslovi, CAO of Green Acres. So the floor, I don't know if, Councillor, you want to introduce or how that is, but we'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council and administration. Very pleased to be here to present our report to the community for 2024. You've had it for some time now. I trust you've read it. I promise not to read it to you word for word, unless you really want to drag out the meeting and miss the hockey game. The information is all there. We've had a really excellent year at Green Acres Foundation. What's in front of you in our report to the community is the work we've done over the last 12 months of 2024 in reaction to our most current strategic plan. As Mr. Mayor and Councillor Parker will know, Green Acres Board is meeting in a few weeks' time to refresh our strategic plan. So hopefully in the new year, we'll have even more exciting announcements to come. I'm basically here, I always say I'm the eye candy. Okay, fine. I'm the eye candy. Donna's the brains. So if there's any questions from members of council, unless Donna, did you want to add something?
No, just one thing I wanted to, Councillor Palladino talked about the Lethbridge Polytech, and I just wanted to let you know too that Green Acres has an awful lot of the students there, and last Friday, three of the grads had to take time off, but that's all right. One we've hired from management, and one in administration, and one is in healthcare. And all of them were foreign students, so we're very proud of them. They did well. That's it.
Excellent. We'll open it up to questions. Councillor Midland Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for being present to answer questions today. My first question deals with the excess revenues over expenses. If I read it correctly, and please do so if I have made a mistake, but it would appear that you have a 26% increase in surplus revenue over expenses from 2024 to 2023. Why is there such a large increase in surplus?
Sure. No, you go ahead, Donna.
One of the main reasons is because we had applied successfully for a repair grant through the federal government of approximately $5 million. So over the next few years, we're going to be doing an awful lot of remedial work to our buildings. So we're very happy that we are successful in getting, it's $4.8 million that we have to do. So with that, of course, we have to match it in a little bit more. So over the next few years, we'll be spending around $11 million in renovations and upgrades, a lot of energy upgrades to make our buildings a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. I noticed that also in the report, it indicates that your organization provides $172,626 in charitable donations. Why might that be?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
I'm on my own page, quite honestly. I'm referencing the material that was provided to us in the as part of the package. And then reading through the financial statements and so forth, it indicated that Green Acres provided $172,626 to charitable donations.
Those are charitable donations coming into Green Acres. We have an arm that's we have a society, and we hold a charity golf tournament every year. That's our major fundraiser.
Yeah.
And we take in approximately 90,000 before expenses there. Okay, so this is all before expenses, what you're looking at.
Yep.
The other ones, that we do get donations from.
Oh, I have no problems with you getting donations. I was concerned that you were making charitable donations.
No, we're not making charitable donations.
Good, okay. Last, no, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the documentation that you provided, as well as the presentation that's in our package. So as we know, our tax bills are coming out, and we're starting to get questions about the requisition amount. So how much of the other revenue is made up of the requisition amounts? So that amounts that taxpayers are giving to Green Acres as part of the requisition.
Do you have my cheat sheet in front of me? Okay, I'll let you go. The requisition is a very tiny amount of our, I'm trying to find the exact number here. Requisition is about 9% of our revenue right now, so the other 90 plus is all generated outside of that. And the requisition is paid by every citizen, every property owning citizen in Alberta. We're not unique. Every region in Alberta has this type of requisition authority. And so ours is, we're actually in the middle of doing some work, and ours is one of the lowest. So it's always good news.
Okay. And we did talk a little bit about the total revenues versus expenses, and Councillor Middleton Hope indicated a surplus. How is that spent down and reinvested in the region?
Thank you. By policy, the board reserves our surpluses at the end of the year for different reserves, right? Our biggest reserve is probably our capital reserve, which includes, as Ms. Koslovi said, the maintenance fund, which is over $11 million that we need to spend of our money and the federal government's money, which we're always pleased to spend. And then we've got, what are the other reserves, Ms. Koslovi? Capital reserve, she knows them all. IT. Yes, we have various reserves. Right now, we've got reserves that are fairly healthy to support us in the work that we've got planned for the upcoming year.
Perfect. And one last question. This morning, the mayor and I attended a chamber session on rural healthcare in our region and our city. Has Green Acres considered something, or does Green Acres have something such as teledoc or on-site medical services at any of its facilities?
That's a great question, and thank you very much. I was hoping I could attend that when I had another meeting. To be really frank, yes, we are looking at that, and next week I am going to BC, to the BC Care Providers Association. They've asked me to give a presentation because we are actually kind of leading this whole realm of it. Green Acres, we're kind of pioneers. We've had this care, especially in the rural, because we recognized way back in the 90s that if you lived in a rural community, it was horrendously difficult if you needed care as you age, because you had to move. There's no other way about it. You move from your community. So we started what now is all over the province, but we called it SL3. No, I think we called it Enhanced Lodge back then. And so in Pitcher Butte, we have all levels of care right up to memory care, but we also took part of our building out there, and we now also have the emergent care. So we have a doctor's office, a clinic, lab, x-ray. So that's the model that other places in the country want to get for the rural. Not so much in the urban, but in the rural. They need to have not every rural either, because you can't do it everywhere. Yeah. But Pitcher Butte draws from all over that whole area there. So those people out there, they can get every kind of medical treatment they need, unless they're having a heart attack, I guess. Yeah. But they can stay out there in their community, and that's what's really, really important. We have the same thing in Coaldale. We don't have the doctor's office, but we do have all levels of care. So our seniors out in Coaldale can live there, they age there, and they can pass away in Coaldale. They don't ever have to leave their community.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just to add to that, thank you for that, Ms. Koslovi, because, yeah, hearing that this morning about the importance of those that are actually have built our communities and give them the access to care that should not be limited, but of course deserve. So it's great you're looking into that. There's some really neat stuff, and I'll pass on. I've got some notes. I was going to bring it to our next meeting anyways to share with you, because it's great that you're going out and having a look at that and how we can still help those residents, again, who have built our communities to where they are, and give them the care that they deserve. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you both for the presentation and for bringing this information forward to us. Housing remains one of the major concerns for residents of Lethbridge, of Canada. So do you have a wait list? How are you doing in filling the need for seniors across the area?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. It depends on the type of housing people are looking for. Our apartment portfolio is incredibly popular. Seniors are retiring later, moving into a different level of housing later, and the apartments are very popular. So we've got a wait list. I don't know how many at the moment, but we monitor it quite a bit. Our apartments are full. In fact, we just built last year, finished our Abbey Road Terrace over by LCI and CCH there. It was full before we opened. So we are trying desperately because, as we've just recently written to our minister and various partners, the Lethbridge Strategic Housing Plan calls for many, many, many more units and a focus on seniors. And so we're trying to expand that because we know that pretty much we could build 800 units in the next year if we could afford to, and they would be full. So the wait list for our apartments, very, very long. Our lodge care, we still have room. And so we're always been very creative, and we've got some different partnerships. We partnership with the hospital for some of our rooms, community care transition beds. Is that, thank you, CTs, as well as with students. Our seniors really love the fact that in some of our facilities, we're able to house some students going to the college and university, and so it brings a new life and vitality to those. But yes, we have quite a wait list for our apartments.
Following up on that, you mentioned financial as one of the constraints in building more. What other challenges are there? And particularly, are there any challenges working with the city that might make it difficult in building the type of housing you're looking to build?
The city does, I think, is out of money for the housing fund, so
Financial
that's
being
a
one of them.
challenge. And one of the challenges we have that ties into that, zoning never seems to be a problem for us so far because we've been fairly proactive, and we've always had sort of capital investments in all areas of the city and our region so that we can move when the time is right. One of the issues is funding for our facilities and the types of facilities we'd like to put in. There are constraints from either provincial or federal funding that they want to see the municipalities at the table. And so I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but most of our applications, if you don't have a 5% minimum from your municipality, you're out. You don't even get in the list. And 5% gets you in the door. And so if you can get 15, 20, obviously more percent, you get higher points and more chances to get federal and provincial dollars. So that's one of the challenges, is that a lot of the grants Donna chases are tied to municipal funding. And the city of Lethbridge, I think we were one of the last ones to get some municipal funding. So it's always a challenge.
And that kind of leads to my, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to add to that, though. I think it's really important for housing management bodies and municipalities to work in partnership, because as my chair has said, the municipalities have to have some skin in the game, but we can't keep doing things the same old, because otherwise we're never going to get ahead, right? So we have to be very creative, and one of the things that I know that some of the smaller municipalities have been able to do, they've got a lot more land than this city, right? So they can come to the table with land, and they can do some creative things like even servicing. Taxes are not a big thing because we don't pay taxes, but
we're going to get to that question.
Otherwise, you could have thrown that one in, but we don't pay taxes. But that's what I mean, being creative rather than just saying, well, no, it's always got to be cash dollars or anything. There could be other ways too that the municipality could participate and become a real viable partner.
Well, and that does lead up. All the lodges you operate are property tax-free, correct? So when they are looking at money brought forward for grants, do they take that into account? We have 19% of this community that is property tax-free for all kinds of reasons, organizations that are doing great things, but the other 81% of our residents are covering that 19%. So does that not count as a financial commitment of the community on grants? Because we're giving a huge financial commitment to many organizations through not paying property tax.
If we were not tax exempt and this municipality said, no, we're not going to charge you taxes, then we could use it. But because it's under the act, okay, it's not that, like it's out of your hands sort of thing. It's a provincial thing. So if I apply for a provincial grant and say, oh, we get tax exempt, they're going to say, well, that's because we put it in our provincial legislation. So
every time the province makes somebody tax exempt, they actually lessen our ability as a municipality to make decisions about how to support for grants, which may not be the best way of doing it. And that's my own words, not yours. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll go to the resolution from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Green Acres Foundation 2024 report to the community. Be it resolved, the City Council received the Green Acres Foundation 2024 report to the community as information. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the confidential attachments of the Green Acres Foundation 2024 report to the community remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to open.
Thank you very much. We see that Green Acres is entering its 65th year in our region. That is a milestone achievement. They do a great job of supporting the seniors in our communities, and they've got some strong fiscal policies in place. Certainly, some advice that we need to look at, and different things that we should be doing to be able to work as a better partner. But thank you very much, Ms. Kozlovi, Mr. Carlson, for coming forward to bring this to us. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have any further questions or debate.
I see none.
With that, I'll call for the vote.
Sorry, Councillor Dodick.
I just wanted to say that my 98-year-old mother is at one of the facilities, and I want to thank you for that. How's that?
Awesome. It's perfect. All right. With that, the question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kozlovi. Okay, I do have something that is on the table that was deferred to today's meeting. Membership on Border Mayors Alliance that I had brought forward. And after some careful consideration over the last week and having a few different conversations, this is on the table, so I cannot pull it, but I would like to have it voted down because, or I could withdraw it, but that still requires a vote if it's on the table, correct? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to withdraw this, and I'll give my reasons for it if I could. It's I know we've had this pushed off for a couple of weeks. I had a conversation as well with the province, and they thought that it was a great idea, continue this work. However, with a couple months' time, and I took a comment that was brought up at the last meeting of, you know, we've got a few months. What will these dollars put into the next few months? Or is there another way that we could work around this? Can we reach out to these other communities? So it's something that I'm planning on doing. I can't say that that's going to be as successful as being part of this, but it's something that I plan on doing. And if for some reason that's not working by direct connecting and collaborating with those other mayors, this may come back. But at the time, I'm going to have it pulled. So if there's, I don't know if we put that to a vote just like that, Madam City Clerk? All right, so there's any comments on that first? Not? All of having it pulled. So having it withdrawn. Okay, so we're voting for withdrawing it. Is it just a majority? Just majority, yeah. All right. So all in favor of having it withdrawn? Opposed? All right. All right, I have a resolution from Councillor Croson. This is a bylaw 6488, Community Requirements Appeal Board, 7.1.1 for a second reading. This came, I believe it was in January, correct? February? Yeah. So it is back here for a second reading, and I'm sure Councillor Croson will open and kind of give some background to that, so I'll turn the time over to you, Councillor Croson.
Yes, thank you. So this is to create a Community Requirements Appeal Board, which would be establishing a new quasi-judicial tribunal. And we would, as council, if this goes forward, be delegating certain appeals from council to this board, such things as weed control, agricultural pests, unsightly property, minimum property standards, Lethbridge license bylaw. And if approved, the subdivision and appeal board members would be appointed to this board. And they have been chosen because they already get provincial training and they already sit on a quasi-judicial tribunal, so understand the work. Keep in mind that over the last number of years, council has rarely heard any of these appeals, but this would, as I said, be delegating these appeals to this tribunal who would be trained to handle them and who would have the support if this bylaw passes as we see it today. And I think that sort of explains how we got here.
A question I have for you, Councillor Croson, and I've heard that, well, isn't this not your job? Like, are you getting rid of passing on duties to someone else? Can you help folks that have that question understand that that is not the case with this?
This is actually making it so it's handled in a more objective manner by people who, as I said, would have the training, et cetera. It is delegating our authority, but it is something we are able to do to set it up in this way. And many communities do it under an appeal board such as this.
Thank you. Councillor Palladino.
Belinda, is this board going to be amalgamated with the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, or is it two separate boards?
It's two separate boards made up of the same members, so that, you know, they could be called in and said, there's a subdivision appeal board, you go to this meeting, but the same members, so you actually have a group, and they could be called in for this. So they would be the members of two appeal boards, but the same people.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, we'll move on with the second reading. So be it resolved that bylaw 6488, Community Requirements Appeal Board, be given second reading. All those in favor? Those opposed? One. All right. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6488, Community Requirements Appeal Board, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Croson?
Question?
Question been called. All in favor? Opposed? All right. Thank you. That passes. All right. The item that was pulled from the consent agenda, 4.3.2, is now 8.1.1. That's recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Business Development Expansion and Retention Incentive Program. I'll read what it is and then we'll open it up to questions. Be it resolved, the City Council amend the Business Development Expansion Retention Incentive Program policy to include a definition of job as full-time equivalent. Number 2, adopt the amended Business Development Expansion Retention Incentive Program policy as provided in Attachment 1. And number 3, direct administration to return to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee within 18 months of the implementation of this program with any results and potential recommendations for their considerations. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I asked for this to be pulled because when we were discussing this at the Economic Finance Committee meeting, there had been a consultation meeting with our stakeholders, our partners in the community, just a few days prior to that. And I'm wondering if we can get some information on what our community partners thought of this particular grant program, just to see where they think we're going to be successful, what they think the gaps are, just to get a sense of, are we doing the right thing before we go ahead and finally approve this?
Question directed to city manager or designate?
Yeah, city manager or designate, who can answer it?
Thank you for the question. So just to confirm, the question is, what have our community partners said about this proposed incentive program?
Yes.
So the report that was provided, the engagement summary report, gave a high-level overview of what our partners had to say when we engaged with them prior to bringing forward a policy, and then in the short period of time we had between the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee and today. So the report talks about a few different things. I can kind of summarize those if you'd like.
If you wouldn't mind.
Nope, not at all. There was a few different things. There was conversation about the importance of infrastructure investments, conversation about the relationship between investment incentives and other non-incentive supports the city can provide, such as the ongoing offsite. In the draft policy today, also a minimum of 5 jobs to be created. There was some feedback around changing the tiered structure of the tax incremental financing grant. So instead of going from 100% in year 1 to 80, 70, 60, 50 in year 5, to staying at that 100% for the first 2 years, including other economic development, community development outcomes potentially, if council wanted to align economic development with other outcomes it was interested in promoting. Again, the importance of communications. There was some back and forth between having investment incentives which are very broad in nature, thereby reducing some of the eligibility requirements, versus having incentive programs which are very much focused on specific sectors or outcomes or targets or geographies, whatever the case may be. I would preface this feedback by saying that we didn't give our partners a whole lot of time to give comments on this, just the nature of the cycles between different SPC meetings and council meetings. So these comments do not reflect the organizational perspectives of all of our partners that we talk to. These are feedback that we receive from a group of them. So I would take it with that in mind.
But it is a group of people that we trust to advise us on this?
Yes,
Okay,
these are the economic development experts in the community.
okay, so we do accept them as authorities in this area?
Absolutely, they are experts in economic development.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you very much. So I guess just following up on that, Mr. Stein, if you don't mind.
Sure.
What gaps did they identify in what we're proposing to approve?
I don't know if I would articulate or characterize them as gaps, but I think trade-offs is maybe the way I would think about it. And partly it's aligned to what we're trying to achieve. So if we're trying to incentivize specific investment in targeted sectors that we know, we could say, are low-hanging fruit, there already are provincial and federal and local investment strategies aligned with those sectors. It allows us to then be another partner at that table. So trade-offs between having that more focused sectoral perspective versus having a more open lower eligibility threshold perspective. So that's one trade-off. The other trade-offs are geographical in nature. The previous industrial municipal incentive policy was largely focused on industrial development in the industrial neighborhoods of the city. This one is more open in that sense. It encourages development across the community. So I characterize those more as trade-offs depending on what the broader economic development strategy of council is.
Okay, and that is something that we're looking at developing. We still have to develop that broader economic development strategy.
I would defer that question to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. That is correct. One of the things that we're still working through from our past discussions, there will be other work with council and so forth in regards to the broader economic development strategy, but also in regards to incentives in general and development-based incentives later on, including a workshop later this spring. So there's a number of different things that Mr. Stein mentioned inside here. One thing I'd point out to you is similar to what Mr. Stein just mentioned. I take a lot of these things as that we got back in feedback, or at least the portions that I've seen so far or heard so far, is that there is possibilities to look at it from different avenues. Of course, there's pros and cons to each one of those. When it comes to, for example, the targeted sectors of either doing or not doing. So incentives usually are targeted on it, but you can have a broader base. You could also look at it, not a targeted incentive, and do grant programs and different things. Those are all things that council can do in incentivizing on it. And what we have before you today is more of a targeted incentive program rather than a broader scale program on it. Dollar thresholds is another example that was in some of the information. You could do it as a tiered threshold, it was a suggestion, or lowering the minimum investment. Each one of those has things for council to consider in doing. The reason why we kept it at 2 million, because that had a number of the largest capital projects in the last 10 years, if I remember on average, all were within that 2 million range on it. But it is something to keep in mind for council as you start looking at grants or other incentives. Different thresholds, different tiering is a valid argument depending on what you are trying to achieve. Really, it comes down to that broader economic strategy component that we need to have further conversations on.
Okay, and then to be clear, this incentive is a grant.
So thank you for, yes. So this is a grant, although it's based off of a tax amount on it. That is the mechanism for determining the amount of the grant that we pay back. What I'm referring to is when you get into smaller amounts and some of the other pieces in here, you could give front-end grants, which is not necessarily cash grants and so forth. So there is opportunity to do other things in grants besides using a scale that goes down with the amount of assessment increase, I guess to say, as in this case.
Right. And one more question before I'll step out, Mr. Matthews. I'm glad you brought up the front-end loaded grants. In the What You Heard document, that was something that that was identified as something that we could do to be competitive, but we have not done that. Help me understand what we are trying to achieve by not doing that.
So a couple different things on that one there. One, this grant program right now is, as Mr. Stein had mentioned, is a pilot project. So over the next 18 months, as we take a look at it, we get a better understanding. I would say that in taking a look at some of the other areas, like there is some other communities around us that are doing upfront cash pieces, and that may incentivize certain activities or certain groups, especially at different dollar thresholds to do it. We're not sure yet, until we do all the modeling and take a look at it, how that'll play in and what the right amount of that would be at this stage here. And paramount on the other side is we'd also have to have a funding source. So that also would open up a one-time or a pressure on a reserve or a tax pressure to actually do that grant source or funding. So at this time, we're trying to keep it within the incentive programs to be within the next 18 months within the current operating budget cycle and keeping it within the current operating budget limits. So that doesn't mean that for January 1st of 2027 or January 1st of 2028, that there couldn't actually be something looked at by council where there's a grant program funded that could do that up front.
Okay, I will step out for now.
Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation, Mr. Matthews. Knowing my commitment to this particular initiative, the 18-plus months that we've been laboring to get to this point certainly is appreciated. I have two questions for Mr. Stein, perhaps to administration through Mr. Brierley. If we approve this today, how soon will this be activated?
Thank you for the question. As you can see in the package, we've provided a communications and engagement plan to help promote.
Can you move the
so it's
mic
one of
just a little? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that. I appreciate the question. And as we heard in the feedback from our partners, communications is paramount to this type of work, that people have awareness that the programs exist and we get the word out into the community. As you can see in the package that we submitted, there's a communications plan here to help us get that word out. So I would defer a little bit to Mr. Matthews, but I think as soon as we can get the website up to date and we can get the information materials printed and ready to go, the program should be active right away.
So have we got a target date, June 15th, July 1st, 2026, 2027?
So in that regard, I don't exactly have a specific target date in mind here. And I must admit, I've been off for a week, so I may be a little bit out
I
of
can
that.
tell you businesses are certainly interested.
But the reality is that it would be well before the end of the year. So I think Mr. Stein said June. I would say July, just to make sure we get everything up on the website and so forth, just to make sure we're there. We will try to we'll have it up as soon as available on it. I just don't want to overcommit and not have something up as soon.
So sooner than later.
That's correct.
Okay, because end of the year is later.
That's right.
Got it. Last question to Mr. Stein then. You touched on the communication strategy, which I think is critical. Are we going to do more than passively communicate to industry? Are we going to actively participate with them to ensure that they are fully aware of what this program entails and how they can access it?
The answer is yes.
Good.
So part of what we talked to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee about was monitoring and evaluation. So not just sitting back and letting the applications start to come in, but having that ongoing dialogue with our partners to understand midstream what's working, what's not working. So I think through those communications, we can start to spread the word to our partners about what's available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about number 3. It's direct administration to return to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee within 18 months of implementation of this program. And we heard from our CFO that gives that opportunity to take us into the next budget, practically, correct? And my question is, if for some reason, because I know right now it's targeting certain sectors, but if that changes, those sectors change, can this, if needed, be changed in advance? We know how things have changed so much, even going through this pandemic, and how we had to reshift and retool things. If that's the same with this, are we able to still change and come back to council if that's the case?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. And the answer to that one's yes. So, I mean, although we're saying 18 months in here, if we're starting to see things that come through and we're starting to develop the policy, working not only with the applicants, but also, the other economic members in our community or council would like it sooner than that to come back and look at something on a targeted area or on any other component, we could bring that back. Number 3 is just setting a timeline that we will come back by 18 months. So we have other ideas coming forward. I suspect on this one that likely we'll have tweaks to this policy over the next 18 months.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So I guess just to follow up on the question that the mayor had, it is sector-based, and it does restrict our flexibility for attraction and growing other businesses in our city. How are we going to remain flexible and nimble in being able to attract other businesses, grow other businesses in our community if we only have this one grant?
Thanks for the question. I don't know if this restricts our flexibility, but this targets one specific area. That's a council decision if they would like to pursue incentive programs or other non-incentive based supports in other areas as well.
So if a business wanted to come to Lethbridge from outside of these target areas, that would be brought to council, or would they just be told, no, we are only focusing on these targeted areas in this policy?
So that's a very difficult question to answer, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, from the point of view. The simple answer is yes or no. I get that, but it's difficult from the number of different types that would come through. There might be things right off the bat that we would bring this policy back and just say, hey, this policy needs to be amended, or we would just have to bring through an item to members of council and have a closed session discussion saying that there is something is brought either directly to the city or through one of our providers, or there's an opportunity with another level of government on it that hasn't been contemplated. And at that point, through that conversation, whether or not it's one-time resolution, which is not ideal, or more likely that we need to develop something in a period of time. The reason I say it's a little bit hard in regards to that is that doing things one time is difficult because it sets a precedent on others. So in that regard, Our intent here is this is not the only policy or program necessarily for DBI or development-based incentives. What will end up happening is through that workshop and other work that we work on or get feedback from council and work together on with council on, could be other components coming along. This is just the first of a framework, I would say, of development-based incentives, and the first one out as a pilot.
Okay, and I guess my concern is that it's the first of a series, so I take that to mean we are considering other streams then as we develop our economic strategy?
Yes.
Okay, so my concern then comes from making sure that while we have this one with these components under it, we're going to be restricting our economic development into our community. People, like, are we going to have investors taking a look saying, Lethbridge is only looking at these 3 streams, they're not looking at anything else, so we're just not even going to be asking. Are these the only 3 streams we're going to be presenting ourselves as being open for business on? Those are my concerns about sort of restricting it. So in the follow-up question to that, we do have very industry-specific policy in front of us. We know that the TRIP program is successful. Have we considered opening that up citywide while we build these policies? And then shifting from that to these policies in one kind of package.
So I'll come back and try to answer both those. And Mr. Stein, if you want to jump in anywhere, or anyone else on the team along the way, that's fine too. So a couple things on this. So the one policy that we've had, the Business Development Expansion Retention Incentive Program we have here today, is really the replacement of the Industrial Incentive Program, which is already on pause by City Council. So this replaces that. I would say that this is actually broadening what we already have today into more areas than what we were doing even up to this point, because similar to what Mr. Stein had said before, up to this point we were only looking at industrial and the TRIP program in the downtown area or in specifically. So this will actually give us a bit broader of a context. It actually opens up it targets the sectors, but actually broadens up to anywhere in the city of Lethbridge on this particular policy and replaces that one on it. When it comes to the TRIP program, while we're developing the rest of them, council could consider to do that. That would be taking off the geographical fencing on the TRIP side. That could get, might want to do a little bit more work in regards to that, just to make sure that's exactly what's intended before we take off the reins or the geographical area on that, just to make sure there's no unintended consequences in doing so off there. But that is something definitely council could consider. I might suggest, though, that you might want to wait until after we've had our other discussions on the DBI and the workshop coming up here, just to have a little bit more context around some of the other strategic pieces that you might want to put into place in council prior to making any further decisions on additional DBI policies outside of that.
Okay. And just one final question then before I jump out. How are we going to streamline the process and increase certainties for investors with this particular program?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
How are we going to streamline the process and increase certainties for investors with this particular program?
Increase
certainty for investors.
Sorry. Well, as we've learned from engaging with our partners, certainty comes throughout the entire process. So from all relationships and interactions with the city. So I think that ongoing dialogue with prospective applicants, with those economic development advocacy groups to help us understand what those potential barriers are, that'll be part of the ongoing communications. We've heard a little bit from our partners about what they see the barriers to working with the city are right now. So I think we have a bit more work to do to better understand from our side how those two perspectives kind of mash up in terms of like process and approvals, and some of that's articulated in this engagement summary for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, to open debate, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Stein and Mr. Matthews, for answering the further questions that I have. I certainly appreciate what we're trying to do and what we're bringing forward here. Given some of the uncertainties and given some of the restrictions that this places on what we're doing to attract investment to our city, I'm actually going to vote against this. I am very much in favor of economic development, but I don't think that this is as thoroughly thought through as I would like it to be. And I would like to see a suite of policies come forward with all areas that we're looking at attracting investment in. There's a number of areas that we don't have included in here. I mean, we're looking at certainly Alberta and our provincial government is looking at making us an IT and an AI hub. There are certainly things we can consider there. We do have in there as well looking at attracting central offices, main offices, and that's kind of an archaic thing of the past. We know that a lot of people now work remotely, and I don't know that that's going to be something we can look towards. I'm not seeing everything in here that I would like to see, so I am not quite ready to move forward with this. I would like to, I would have been more comfortable staying with the one previously, not putting it on hold, and having something that we could segue into nicely. So that's where I stand on this, and I would leave that up to the rest of my council colleagues.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. There's always a difficulty, but whether you do something now or do something perfectly, when do you actually start something? And do you go for the entire framework first? Do you do the pieces first? How do you actually do it? And I actually find it fascinating when my colleagues look to TRIP and go, what a wonderful program. I was on Heart of Our City when we started DRIP, which was the forerunner of TRIP. And we must have put that out there and then changed it at least 10 times. It took a long time for TRIP to be developed. And so I actually kind of chuckle now when people are like, oh, TRIP is amazing. Yet TRIP took forever to fine tune, to try it in the community, to then take it back. And I think that's how a lot of these incentives are created, is through that trial and error and see what actually works. And I do want to see the larger framework. I want to see the economic strategy. But I don't think it's a chicken and egg thing. I think we put this out here, we start that conversation, we see how it works, we trial it, because to try to make it perfect will take such a long time. And we then ask our administration to also continue things behind the scene, working on the larger pieces, but we balance the two. So I will be supporting this. It will get some stuff out there, some things we can try as we try to make things better and better on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you, Your Worship. And further to my colleagues' comments, particularly Councillor Crowson's, there are very few policies that have everything for everybody. This is a policy that is going to take us over 18 months to really vet. We're going to work with our partners on this to improve it and to make it sustainable. It is important to strike while the iron is hot. There are a number of industries that are making inquiries as to how development can be achieved in the city of Lethbridge. This is one strategy. It's not the only strategy, but it is one strategy, and I think it's critical that we move forward with this particular initiative peremptorily. I think our partners will tell us as we work through this, and as Mr. Stein has indicated, our partners will tell us where we're going wrong and where we're doing the right thing. And I think this is an important initiative for the development of our industry and our businesses in this city and in the region. And I think to vote against this is a vote against progress, and it's a vote against development in this city. So I will certainly be in favor of it. Thank you.
I too will support this. I know that when I brought this forward here, I guess a year and a half ago or whatever, I wanted everything. I wanted everything to be perfect, and I wanted every single organization to get the support that they needed. But as Councillor Crowson had mentioned, this will take some time. So when I look at it, I think is it everything I wanted? No. But is it better than what we had? Absolutely. And it's not perfect. And the question that I had earlier, it's a living document. If something does change in this 18 month, as I seen in this the clause 3, that can be brought forward back to council. So I don't want to say that it's really this is the end all be all, because it will change, and I'm hoping it does, to be quite honest. We'll see things change. We see things change quite regularly with business, and we see it with housing builds and how that changes over time and what people require. They want apartments, they want single family dwellings. So this will change the same way as that does. And so over time, I think we'll see those changes come forward, and I'm hoping that the ears will be out there, they'll be brought back to council so we can further address those issues. So although it, again, doesn't have everything I'm looking for, I'm happy where it's at thus far. So with that, Councillor Dodick.
I believe it's Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Home of the ankles. There's a story behind that. Anyways, I'm going to be supporting this, but I want to, there was a comment made that a vote against this is a vote against progress. I dispute that, because to me that is almost like transactional politics, that you're either for me or you're against me kind of thing. So I think people that don't support this are supporting it for all the good reasons, and it would be unfair to say that vote against this is a vote against progress. So I'll be supporting this.
But you're still against progress.
But anyone not supporting this is not a person who's not supporting progress. They just disagree with the mechanism of doing so. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
I'm not going to add much more to it, as I will support it as well. It's just thinking of a sports analogy. You know, we want to get stuff done, and if you want to run a marathon, how do you do a marathon? Well, you take one step at a time. So we'll begin. We'll start. We'll get there. Along the road, there will be places where you can stop and have a drink. That doesn't. But I mean, there's things that can change, and the flexibility that we have with our partners and the work that the staff has gone into it. I think we can make this work, and so yes, I will support.
I see no further comments, so back to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to close.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to my colleagues. And I am for progress in our city. I would like to see our city grow and develop. So I do take umbrage with your comments, particularly given the background and work I've done in economic development. I see this as too restrictive. I see that we are focused on specific industries, and I am concerned that we are going to lose investment because of this. And because of these restrictions that we've put in place, I don't know that we'll get that investment back. I do hope, and I hope we see a full suite of policies coming forward. And I also want to ensure that we are listening to our experts and our partners in economic development, not only in Lethbridge, but also in the region, and that we are building regionally towards the economic advancement of this area. I still will not be supporting this, even after feeling like I am not for progress in the city.
All right, with that, I see no further questions, so question's been called. All in favor? And opposed? All right, it's one opposed. All right, the next item on our agenda today is the City of Lethbridge 2024 accomplishments, a verbal report, and of course a video presentation. So part of our role in City Council is ask questions of administration, as you've just witnessed here in the last while, to ensure that we're using public dollars to the best and most effective benefit to our residents. So on behalf of City Council, I want to tell our dedicated staff that we do appreciate your work each and every single day. You may get the tough questions, and we will have them there for you because those are questions that are coming from the community, but understand we respect the work that you do and know that it's not always easy, so thank you for that. I'd now like to provide our City Manager, Mr. Brierley, the opportunity to speak a bit more about City staff and some of the 2024 accomplishments that we've seen thus far. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, for the opportunity today. I'd like to formally thank all of our city staff for their efforts every single day to keep Lethbridge moving and running. In addition to the day-to-day operations it takes to do this, our teams had a great year full of accomplishments in 2024. They include, but are not limited to, a renewed focus on water conservation, new initiatives from Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services, various infrastructure projects, new sponsorship rights and grant funding agreements, success in the encampment strategy and the municipal housing strategy, Aviation Day, the big truck petting zoo that was just mentioned earlier today, community conversations, and of course, the Goosenator. So with your approval, we'd now like to play a recap video for everyone to watch and enjoy. Thank you.
2024 was a successful year for the City of Lethbridge, and here are a few of our favorite accomplishments.
In partnership with the Lethbridge Hurricanes, LFES introduced Lethbridge's first Stop the Bleed kit at visitlethbridge.com arena. This life-saving initiative addresses the leading preventable cause of death after injury, which is uncontrolled bleeding. This equipment empowers bystanders to intervene effectively.
Offers a versatile space for roller and street hockey, lacrosse, and roller derby. It was designed with community input and hosts casual play and organized events.
We added a large fenced dog run for our friends here at the animal shelter. It gives them a space to exercise and socialize, which increases their chance for adoption.
Provincial funds are supporting plans to upgrade the water treatment plant. Design work is underway to increase capacity that will support city growth and regional economic development.
We introduced the Goosenator as a humane approach to managing our waterfowl population.
The remote control device encourages geese and ducks to relocate from areas like Henderson Lake,
especially in the winter months.
The Reimagine Downtown Activation Grant provided more than $120,000 in funding to 17 local projects that breathe life into vacant and underused spaces in the city's core.
Lethbridge Airport launched the inaugural YQL Aviation Day. The day included some great aircraft on display, networking opportunities, and hands-on learning. We also heard from female industry leaders as part of the theme, Women in Aviation.
The city secured naming rights for Spitz Stadium and visitlethbridge.com arena, totaling $1 million over the next 5 years.
We are proactively tackling water scarcity with the introduction of the Water Conservation Plan and Strategy. It's a long-term effort as we aim for a 20% reduction in the local water use by the year 2030.
Residents continue to show their curbside enthusiasm for green carts. More than 6 million kilograms of organic waste has now been diverted from the landfill since green carts were rolled out in 2023.
As part of our encampment strategy, the city's community social development team began providing outreach services in partnership with the Watch program and Lethbridge Police Service. This program has been successful in getting vital services to our most vulnerable residents while freeing up emergency services within our community.
On April 25th, we welcomed more than 350 residents to our community conversation, where we showcased 48 projects and programs. In a post-event survey, 97% said the event was a good use of their time and would attend again.
City Council approved the redistribution of unused grant funding to give registered nonprofit organizations the financial support to make a difference in the community.
Upgrades to the Fritzick Pool have created a safer, more inclusive experience for all visitors. Barrier-free showers, non-slip flooring, and wider access points have enhanced comfort and accessibility.
In 2024, LFES introduced the ambulance remounting process, a cost-effective and sustainable solution that extends the lifespan of these critical assets while reducing overall costs. This initiative underscores our commitment to resource optimization and environmental stewardship.
The City of Lethbridge has become more involved with the updating of the municipal housing strategy, approving a housing solutions coordinator, seeing a high degree of success with an affordable and social housing capital grant, and making governance changes to positively impact the distribution of federal reaching home homelessness dollars into the community.
The inaugural Run to Remember showcased the beautiful Mountain View Cemetery as a recreation destination. 150 participants ran or walked, honoring loved ones and celebrating life. And we're already looking forward to the 2025 event.
Thanks to all of our city staff and residents for making our community great.
My friends laughed at me for buying this.
All right. Well, again, thank you very much for the work that is done by seen unnoticed, and a lot of times it's behind the scenes stuff that happens as well. So thank you very much for that work. Questions, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for the video. One question is, I assume this is going to be going public. Is it on our website now, or when will it be up on the website for the public?
We're all looking around the room to see if anybody from comms is here. Nick, there you go. Be uploaded right away.
Okay.
Yes.
Second thing, there was a reminder in there about the Make Your Mark grants. How is that going? I remember that was, we had leftover money, we put it there. I'm not sure if that's your department, Ms. Kleisinger, but how did that Make Your Mark grant go? I just be seeing the reminder there. Can anyone speak on that? And if that wasn't, I know we mentioned it, but how was it effective, and what did we see coming out of it?
Thank you for the question. I will keep it pretty short, as we have an announcement next Wednesday to the media and to the community. But we had we had 57 unique applications requesting over $2.25 million. So with $600,000 available, it was well received by the public, and we're excited to have some announcements next week.
All right, I won't jump the gun. I'll wait and find out with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a question answered my question as well. As a debrief will happen, I'm sure, with those that were not successful and why they were not. Is that fair to say, Mr. Mal? Sorry. We'll get your steps in. When you go back down, I'll ask another question. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, because I've received a couple of calls, and those that were not successful, I just wanted to make sure that they would be debriefed as to why they didn't receive, or will there be a list out there for people to see? I think I've heard that that's be the case with this announcement.
Yeah, so all applicants, whether they're successful or unsuccessful, were notified yesterday, which is why probably people, especially that are unsuccessful, probably have concerns. There's going to be about 37 different organizations that were unsuccessful. So we will not be able to meet and go through the debrief with all 37 applications. We just don't have the time. But if those organizations, which we have already received a few, have reached out to ask kind of how they can strengthen their application, we will be providing feedback to those organizations. We will post the 20 applications that were successful. We will not be publicly posting those that were not, because they can go back to the drawing board and hopefully work on things for future proposals.
And I think an important part, and thanks for sharing that, Mr. Malcolm, is that if you could reach out just as a broad statement, if it's not touching base with each, you're not successful, actually apply, here are some of the things that, the community's looking for, et cetera. If that is even something that goes out, because I know that was a question, how that would, yeah.
We'll for sure do that.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, no further questions. So with that, resolution, well, Mr. Dodick.
Oh yeah, you do it. Great. I'll speed read something for the mayor. Resolution. There's a lot of words.
Ooh. Just let me know when you're going to start. Ooh. All right, resolution moved by Mayor Higgins, City of Lethbridge 2024 accomplishments, verbal report and video presentation. 9.1, be it resolved that City Council receive the City of Lethbridge 2024 accomplishments, verbal report and video presentation as information. Mayor Higgin.
I think it's pretty much, the video was great to see, and any of the discussion we had thus far pretty much explains what the resolution is about, so I'd ask for council support.
Can I make a few comments myself?
Absolutely you can.
Thank you. Sometimes I play the antagonistic questioner and can appear to be the cranky old guy that I actually really am. But I do echo the city manager's sentiments and the rest of council's sentiments as well, that we do, as a council, appreciate the work, and I know our citizens do so as well, because when something isn't done, we hear about it, and then it does get done. So we're able to just drive safely in the winter. We're able to play in our parks during the summers, and we're able to enjoy all of the amenities that the city has, and that is in large part because of the staff, the administration, and the city manager and his leadership team. So yes, we thank you.
And I guess just in closing, broken record this again, thank you for the work that you do. I know we're here to challenge you, and I know that you know that, and that it's never personal if we come over the wall. We need this, we've heard this, or whatever that is. So thank you very much for the work and that our city manager and your staff does to make our community a better place. Thank you.
The question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous.
I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Low-income transit pass program grant to be resolved. The City Council approved the 2025 to 2026 expenditure of $396,405 provincial grant funding to assist individuals living on low income and accessing affordable transit as through the following funding sources: $282,472 from 2024-2025 provincial grant agreement surplus, and $113,933 from the 2025 to 2026 additional provincial grant funding. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is good news. We were successful in getting some more provincial funding for our low-income transit pass. This extends it out to what year? 2026, which is excellent news for those citizens of ours requiring the service. So unless there's any questions from my colleagues.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
I'm wondering if this assistance program provided by the provincial government, whether or not it is applicable to any other groups besides those that are identified as low income or having difficulty in making the monthly payment for a transit pass. What I'm thinking of are students as an example. We have 15,500 students in the city. Are they eligible for, and can they leverage this grant in addition to any other options that they may have?
I don't believe that I have that answer, but Mr. Malcolm is coming up. I know that many of our students are.
It is a question to Mr. Malcolm.
Are eligible for the UPass, but Mr. Malcolm.
Yeah, so in the provincial grant funding agreement with us, we had to have an existing low-income transit pass program, which we had the fee assistance program here. So they, in the appendices of their agreement, is our program and the low-income requirements that we have. As mentioned, the university students are all covered under the university pass. However, we do have a large amount of individuals from the college that apply. They apply and are typically, as a student, eligible under the low-income criteria. And international students, we have a special parameter where if they can prove that they're an international student, then they qualify as well. So I would say the vast majority of students from Lethbridge College are eligible under the program.
Okay, so two pieces there. Would you agree that the number one user of our system are students?
I would maybe defer to the user of the system, to our Director of Infrastructure or Transit, because I can only speak to those that come through the fee assistance program itself.
So Mr. Yule is here, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but not the major users are not the students, it's the general community as a whole. The students represent a good number of the ridership. And like it was explained before, that's why we have a specific plan or the UPass with the university, and we're also working with the other post-secondary to see what other options are there for them too.
Mr. Malcolm, students at the university, not at the college, currently pay fees. Does that also, is that included? You alluded to the fact that students receive some form of assistance in terms of buying ridership passes. Is that not provided for by their own dollars that go to the university to pay for their fees?
So again, I can't speak too much of the details as to the UPass and those details, but they, as part of their tuition, I understand they pay a flat fee, which is much lower than the regular amount that a transit pass would cost. And so if they were applying through the low-income transit pass or the fee assistance program, it would be double dipping in some ways. But I'd have to, again, relay the UPass details to
well, as I understand it, they have no choice whether they pay it or not, and whether they use the services or not. So they are actually paying for that service, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there to provide them with some relief.
So I can probably jump in a little bit in terms of the UPass. The UPass represent roughly, Mr. Yule just informed me, 70% of our ridership. Yes, they do have a plan in place, the UPass. That cost is $77 per semester, so 4 months. And it's fairly cheap, you're right. It's part of the tuition. They all pay for that fee as part of their tuition. And not everybody uses the transit system, but they have the opportunity to use it at any time as part of their tuition fee and the UPass that they get with their registration. We are currently working actively with the university and also the Student Union Association to find different ways how we can actually enhance the system. And they are going back into their own student association to collect feedback and work with Mr. Yule and the transit team for the next round of renewing the UPass with them.
Okay, so that would be the 3 collegiate institutions? Red Crow, Polytechnic, and the University of Lethbridge?
So at this point, it's only the University of Lethbridge, but we are also in conversations with the other ones in terms of any other opportunities that they can explore.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see no further questions, so hopefully all the questions have been answered, and I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
I won.
All right, next administrative inquiries and responses. We do not have any there. City Council updates from my colleagues. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. On May 22nd, I attended the Imagine Lethbridge session. This was creating our community portrait. It was a forum in which attendees worked to develop a community portrait of our city, highlighting social foundations and ecological boundaries. Ben Gieselbrecht, City Councillor from Nanaimo, BC, came on as a guest speaker to talk about some of the work that they've done in Nanaimo. And this morning, the mayor and I attended the Lethbridge Chambers Bridging the Gap Advancing Rural Healthcare Through Innovation and Collaboration. It was a discussion and presentations that focused on the challenges and opportunities in rural healthcare in our region and city.
Awesome. I'll add the last week I had the opportunity of going up myself and Mr. City Manager to Mid-City Mayor's Caucus. Now what this is, and I know that most around the Horseshoe understand this, but for the community to understand is, it's communities that are over about 20,000 population, with the exception of Calgary and Edmonton, and they get together. They represent about 1.1 million people. There's 24 mayors from those communities, and so we had the opportunity of meeting for a couple of days in Sylvan as a retreat to go through some of the common questions and concerns that we have within our communities. And it's just great to be able to bounce some questions off other mayors and other CAOs within Alberta. And so the final day we had a wrap up with the Premier and some ministers as we talk about some of the struggles that we're faced with and some of the questions coming out of there. And I think it was great to have that opportunity to get together, and it's strength in numbers. Again, we represent about a third of the province, so it's important to have that voice to the province. And so it was a great opportunity to be away there. And if there's any questions my colleagues have as far as additional stuff, I will have something that'll go out. I'll definitely share that with you all, but it was a great opportunity to be away. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. If you do have any notes on that, as you all know, I'll be attending Federation of Canadian Municipalities this week in Ottawa. One of the resolutions we are discussing is ensuring healthcare to our rural neighborhoods, which I think the federal government still classifies us as rural. So it's kind of intriguing. But any notes you could send my way for that resolution session would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
You and I have spoken about this, but I think it's important that when you and the city manager attend MCMC, I would appreciate, and I'm sure my colleagues would appreciate, if the deputy mayor or the acting mayor could attend as well. If there is an opportunity for either one of them to attend, I think that exponentially provides access as well as information to council.
Oh, for sure. Taken. Thank you. Any further questions or debate? Seeing none, turn over to whose resolution again was this again? This is just the updates anyway, so we're not actually voting on this. Sorry, you're all going to accept it. All right, just to enter closed session, thank you. Resolution from Councillor Deputy Mayor Dodick. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
So Mayor Hagan, before we get to the closed motions, for the bylaw that we passed for the Regulatory Appeal Board, we forgot to appoint the members from SDAB to also serve on that board. So we've got the motion ready. Councillor Crowson's going to do it, so our apologies.
So we appointed without knowing the names first?
We didn't appoint, but we need to actually put the names to this board.
All right, a resolution from Councillor Crowson, public members' appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. Be it resolved, the City Council authorize the appointment of the following public members to more than one board, commission, or committee, as in Section 48B of Bylaw 6250, the procedure bylaw, and further be resolved, the City Council appoint the following public member volunteers to the Community Requirements Appeal Board, each term beginning immediately. Evan Nielsen, remainder of term expiring December 31st, 2025. Jason Schreiner, remainder of their term expiring December 31st, 2025. Amanda Berg, remainder of their term expiring December 31st, 2026. Gary Roth, remainder of their term expiring December 31st, 2026. Amar Abdelrahman, remainder of their term December 31st, 2027. Kent Perry, remainder of their term expiring December 31st, 2027. And Reagan Lane, remainder of their term expiring December 31st, 2027. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you. Yes, when we passed the bylaw earlier, we said we were going to be doing this, but we had to make the official motion to do this, and this would now appoint them so that they are members of each of the committees. As I mentioned, they're already trained to understand quasi-judicial boards, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
Question been called. All in favor? Opposed? All right, one. All right. Next, City Hall and Council Chamber Security Recommendations 14.1. Be it resolved, the City Council receive the City Hall and Chamber Security Recommendations report for information, and further be resolved, the City Council endorse the initiatives in option 2 as outlined at the April 10th, 2025 meeting of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting, with a one-time cost of $15,000 and ongoing cost of $50,000 funded within the current operating budget, and further be resolved, the City Council direct the confidential attachments, reports, presentations, documents of the City Hall and Chamber Security Recommendations report remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Crowson?
Just one small thing. This says endorse because this is actually administrative work that is under the city manager, and we are just essentially saying, city manager, go do the security stuff that is required under your for your staff and to keep the staff of the city safe. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Question called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Closed meeting from Councillor Campbell. Human Resources Matter verbal. Be it resolved, the City Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to the Human Resources Matter verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, 25, economic interests of the municipality, and 27, privileged legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Campbell. Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Parker, closed meeting, new traffic calming measures in the community communications plan verbal 14.4. Be it resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to the new traffic calming measures in the community communications plan verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Parker. I feel calmer as well. Question been called. All in favor? Okay.
And Mayor Hagan, you're going to withdraw 14.5,
Yes.
which was grant program matter.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So a question was actually in public was answered, and that's so. Nope, that's fine.
So that one hasn't been introduced, so we're okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That we are adjourned.